update it. Luray Town Council meeting is called to order. Please join me in a pledge of allegiance and moment of silence. Join me for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance. Thank you. Danielle, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Lillard?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers?
Here.
Mr. Dolphemeyer?
Here.
Mr. White?
Here.
Mr. Pettit?
Here.
Mr. Sowers?
Here.
Mr. Butler?
Here. Thank you. Let's see, do we have any additions or deletions for the agenda tonight? Hearing none. Consent agenda?
I've got it, Ron, if you need. Got it?
Things getting old. I move that we pass the minutes of the regular council meeting of 03/10/2025, the minutes of the joint meeting 03/12/2025, the minutes of the special meeting 03/25.
That's the
Ron,
wrong-
yep,
Wrong one.
yeah. Joey, if you have it, you wanna?
Sure. I move to approve the following consent agenda: minutes of the regular council meeting 4/14/2025, minutes of the special meeting 4/29/2025, updated town travel expense form, financial reports ending 4/30/2025, and accounts payable totaling $190,489.10.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
That's second.
Thank you. Danielle?
Mr. Pettit?
Yes.
Mr. Sowers?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Mr. Dolphemeyer?
Yes.
Mr. White?
Yes.
Next, we have general citizen comment period, and we have Mr. Tom Wilkins signed up to speak. If you would like, please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Tom Wilkins. My business address is 2 West Main Street. I come tonight to thank the town for allowing my wife, supporting my wife and I, as we acquired the Appalachian Trail Outfitters on Main Street. This is now our 4th month in business. I can say as it warms up, the business has been great. It's been a lot of fun having this opportunity here in town. This is our 10th year here in Luray, working downtown. This store is the most fun we've had. Meeting people coming in from outside of the county and in the community, it's been a lot of fun. So thanks to the town council, thanks to Danielle, Jackie, Brian, Clancy at the chamber. Yes, thank everyone. It was, again, looking forward to seeing you all in the store. We've stocked up with Luray t-shirts, Skyline Drive apparel, Shenandoah Drive tchotchkes. Who knew people love stickers as much as they do? But please stop in. It's a 10-year-old business now. So Sonia and my wife in the back, you know, our goal remains to be just not to mess it up, and to keep that part of Main Street really, really active and vibrant. So look forward to seeing you all in the shop. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. We appreciate your comments, appreciate your investment. Thank you. We like to hear it when folks are happy about investing in our community.
It's good community. It's a lot of fun here.
We would agree, yeah. A little bias, maybe. All right, thank you. Boards, commissions, and department reports. Luray Downtown Initiative. Ms. Jackie Elliott.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Just a couple of quick things. Thank you, Tom, and we thank you again for investing in our Main Street. We are so glad to have you. And I see people going in and out a lot, so that's really great. We will be attending, myself, our board president, and 2 other board members will be attending the spring rev up for Virginia Main Street in Harrisonburg on Thursday from 10 to 3. It's going to be a workshop on board retention and different things, kind of an educational thing for board members. So I'm very pleased that I have 3 board members that are going to be attending this, and they'll be able to bring it back to the other board members to, you know, to fill them in on that and that type of thing. So it's really good. I was asked last month to help with a new Virginia Main Street. It's kind of a mentoring type program. They've put together a training, if you will. So I was asked to do a presentation last month on creating trust among your stakeholders. Because after Virginia Main Street came here for my evaluation in March, they said one of the things that stood out to them was the trust level that and the relationship that that we had with our stakeholders. So I did do that webinar. They were very pleased with the results. So now they have asked me to do another one May 23rd, and that's going to be about business retention, things like that. Things, the positive aspects, things that the little things that you can do to help promote your Main Street on a daily basis. So I was very flattered to be asked to come back and to do another one. So I'm looking forward to that. And other than that, we just have our events that are coming up and doing a lot of planning and working on things for in the future, getting ready to ramp up for Evenings on Main and those events. So that's pretty much it. All right.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, next we have the Greenway project update.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Bill Dudley, I'm president of the Greenway Foundation, and Gladys McNamara, our treasurer, are here this evening. Thank you for your continued support of the Greenway, and it's an award-winning Greenway, and we're so blessed to have it. And Gladys is going to talk to you.
Talk with you, yeah. We want to thank you because not only do you support it, but you are the Greenway. This came to be because of the town's investment, and our survey really shows how many people are appreciating that. So thank you very much. Quickly, before we get into that, I just wanted to share with you an update or a report, if you will. Partnering with our friends at Parks and Rec, the foundation hosted the third annual Clean and Green event to acknowledge and honor Earth Day, only we turned it into Earth Week. And we held that April 22nd through the 30th. We had 14 adults come out and help us on the 22nd, on the very Earth Day, to work on the trail, the banks of the creek and in the creek, removing trash and cigarette butts. We still have to go back to some parking lots. In addition to that, last year this youth group volunteered with us and worked on the creek. This year they volunteered, and that is Luray and Page County Middle Schools, a group of teenagers that is called part of a teen outreach programming, and they do community service, and they reached out to us to see if they could help us in any way. So they helped us last year on the creek. This year they helped us at Ralph Dean Park on the 24th, and they're so amazing. Last year they did the same thing. They're so quick and thorough, and they collected in just 1 hour's time a 55-gallon trash can full of stuff. Now, when you're picking up little pieces of paper and cigarette butts and things like that, they did do some weeding too, but they're just awesome to work with. So if they reach out to you for volunteering, I highly recommend them. In addition to that, we had our team members, 3 of the team members from Parks and Rec, who did some of the more treacherous parts of the creek for us. There were some things that needed to be removed on the north end, and it's a little harder to work in there for some of us. And so they also removed trash and a tire. The first year we removed, 5, 6 tires? Yeah. So we're grateful to them for their assistance with the project as well. We removed total in this project for the week just a half of a full-size truck bed, full-size pickup truck. The first year we did it, it was 2 full-size heaped up, 2 full-size truckloads. So I think everyone is, part of what goes along with this is environmental education and helping and promoting stewardship of the environment. So I think that we're blessed to have citizens who are enjoying that. There will be a story in the newspaper this coming week, and perhaps in Page Valley News. I haven't heard back from Randy, but hopefully so. Moving along to the strategic planning meeting, and I think you have this in your packet, the Gantt chart. So that meeting again was on March 27th, and what we did there is we took step 10 of our overarching action plan and reduced that down into, or I don't know if we reduced it actually, broke it down into 9 bite-sized pieces, if you will, and created the Gantt chart. So just a couple of highlights. I won't go through the whole thing. And I'm sorry to the audience that you don't have this in front of you, but you can see it on the town website. Where we are right now is a survey that was launched on April 29th. And the other item to highlight is, and I'm going to give you details on that. The other item to highlight is number 3, the catchphrase. We're meeting on the 28th to shore that up. Part of what was suggested is perhaps Redwell furnace at Jaeger Spring, the health to history trail. So that's something that we were kind of massaging a little bit to see if that might be our tagline with your approval. Item number 5, fundraising kickoff plan, is to do a festive fundraiser at Jaeger Spring that will allow other people who haven't been there to see what it is we're going to accomplish. Okay, then back to the survey itself. We launched it, as I said, on April 29th. We had, in less than 24 hours, 84 responses. And the launch was only on websites and Facebook of the town and of the Greenway. The signs didn't go up on the Greenway for walking joggers and everyone's participation. They didn't go up until 2-3 days later. So I thought that was amazing, a response in a short amount of time. What I have to review with you is data from this morning's results, and it continues to grow. So I think that might be a little bit different than what you have in your packets. It might have been from Friday's survey. We had 28 surveys come in over the weekend from when that Friday survey data was shared. How often do you use the Greenway? The majority of the folks said a few times a week, and that was 38.4%. The age groups, the number 1 age group using it is 50 to 69. The second age group is 30 to 49. The purpose, the main purpose, 93.2% enjoy it for walking and hiking, followed closely with walking dogs and exercising, and for the events such as the downtown get down for the 4th of July. How long have they been using the the Greenway? 88.6% have been using it for several years. We have some new users as well, which is always great to know. When? So the majority use walk the Greenway or run it in the morning. Secondly is evening, and then the afternoon. 78.5% walk the whole Greenway. So if you do that round trip, it's about 3 miles. The question about would you be in favor of expanding the Greenway? 90.9% said yes, 7.3% said maybe, and 1.8% said no. They are not in favor of extending it. The follow-up question to that was, should we create this trail and historic park, would you use it? And interestingly, 90.4% said yes, and 9.1% said maybe, and 0.5% said no. So of those who were maybe and no of would you be in favor of it happening, they switched up and they would use it or might use it. So that's good to know. And then the last question is who is using it? 49.8% are from Luray, who took the survey, 37% from Page County, 8.7% from surrounding counties, and so that totals 95.5% of our neighbors are using the Greenway. And then we have 4.5% who come from afar, outside of this geographical area, and some outside of Virginia. So what could we, Bill and I, answer for you? Any questions or comments, or?
Well, thank you so much. I was impressed to see the results. You know, that's good numbers. I think that today's it was just over 200. Was it 210? I believe it was.
219.
219, yeah.
Earlier this morning, I don't know what it is now.
That's impressive.
That's more than we usually get, isn't it, when we do a
Yeah.
survey?
Yes, I believe
How
so.
long will
Mhm.
people be able to do the survey?
I think we're looking at it for about 30 days. Is that,
Okay.
yeah, I think that would give folks the opportunity to see the signs or to read it on the website or the Facebook pages and give us some feedback. But yes, I agree with you, Mary Lillard. I'm really excited to see the amount. And I was shocked at 84 returns in less than 24 hours. So people are paying attention to Facebook and website.
I'd like to make a request for it. Could you just parse the data just by Luray citizens? I'd like to see their results. I think it'll be pretty similar, but it'd be great to see that.
Yeah.
I was
So you have
wondering
to-
about that, if like the water bill or something, if,
Why
it
not?
would, if, I mean, for those that, I mean, to reach, of course, all town citizens, basically anyone in town, at least property owners, can have a water bill.
You could still put it in a link in there, so it's not like there's gonna be a lot of manual collection, because that would become a pretty big
Yeah.
undertaking if you get 500
That's true,
responses
yeah.
and you gotta.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, it's just trying to reach as many as
Sure,
we can.
no,
for
you-
those
yeah,
that
you're
are
right.
Looking at Facebook.
So outside of the question about where
That's a great idea.
about where they live, was there any identifying information collected for like intake for completing the survey? Would you be able to do that, in other words, currently with the responses that you've received?
To
Parse
say-
out the town of Luray responses to the other questions? That's what
Yeah,
you're
I'm
asking, right,
looking at our
Jason?
statistician back here, Jen. Yes, because she and Sherry are the ones who put together the electronics components of the survey for us. And she's saying, yes, we can. So that would be good. And I appreciate that idea of doing it in paper form, you know. So we can list a link, or we could send the survey, and I don't know if people will mail it back, but, all right?
We'll try to put a link in to the page, electronic page, in an upcoming, like at the bottom of one of our, water bill flyers. So that way, folks that see the link, they can go online and complete the survey electronically, versus us trying to mail out a full survey to every single resident. That would be
Yeah, okay.
pretty difficult.
Did they get the comments?
They got
Yes.
the comments
See the
and,
comments?
yeah, they got the comments and the graph, and the Gantt chart.
And the
They got
Gantt chart, yeah. Yeah, the comments were amazing. I thought a lot, because we didn't say that was mandatory, like we said some of the others, or required is a better word. But we did get a lot of comments, and they were great. And again, I think it's something that the town can be proud of as well. And I hear people are asking, when's it gonna happen, and, you know, what's the history? And so there's a lot of excitement around the fact that it'll be a historical trail, as well as an educational trail.
Council, any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, let's see. Next, we have public hearings, the Luray Little League. Let me,
Yes, Mayor, in your packet, information, cover sheet about a potential lease agreement with the Luray Little League regarding an indoor batting structure that council has reviewed previously. Draft version of the agreement is included, that was crafted by Mr. Botkins. The project shall conform to conditions represented during approval, on April 14th, and I think Jason's included those in the lease agreement. That next paragraph in your staff report, due to private construction on public property, we will require them to have a bond. We'll work with them to facilitate that bond, and then that'll be surrendered sufficient amounts to meet our insurance requirements and list us as an additional insured, I'm fine with that as well. Jason, do you have anything specific?
I don't have anything.
Okay, the time is 7:20. We will open the public hearing for comments. We do not have anyone signed up to speak on this. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item that did not get a chance to sign up? And Mr. Grossman, you said we did not receive anything relative by email. Okay. I'll close the public hearing at 7:20. Council discussion?
Mayor, I move that the lease agreement be approved as presented.
Excellent. Danielle?
Mr. Sowers?
Oh, any
I just
other,
have,
let me back
yeah,
up.
one of
Any
the-
other, yes,
I
forgive me.
wanted to make or
Any
just
other-
ask a question. So there would be no recourse for the Little League after a 5-year if we gave 90 days notice for them to retrieve any monetary value or otherwise on the property, correct?
That's correct.
That's my only concern. I know it's maybe shooting myself in the foot as a representative of the town of Luray, but did the Little League bring up any concerns about that? That they would have no recourse after 5 years? Not that that would be our intent, of course.
They haven't yet, and, I mean, unless there was something catastrophic that took place between the town and the Luray Little League's relationship in that 5-year period, I just don't foresee anything that maybe could trigger that. I guess it could happen, and at that point, if it was that serious, we may wanna consider taking that action as it's drafted right now, but, so far they haven't, Jeremy hasn't said anything to me about that. I'll make sure that I specifically bring that up, though, when I talk to Tim after, probably tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, that would be great, just for integrity's sake, if nothing else, just so they're aware of that being a clause, or that being the natural outcome if something were to go sideways.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Any
I
other,
had
yep, go ahead.
Mayor, I have a question about the lease. When I was reading it again, the tenant responsibilities, section 8, it says at the end, only access facility during the regular operating hours of Ralph Dean Park. And I thought we talked about it one time, since outside the gate, if a coach wanted to access the batting cage, on a winter day that the park's closed, that they'd have the right to do that. I don't know if that's a big thing or not. The way it's worded caught my attention. That if the park is closed, they're not allowed to use the building.
Yeah,
We did
that's,
talk about
We
that.
did discuss
I think
that.
you're right. that-
Yeah.
Yeah, number 5, item number 5, we can probably strike that.
Just strike 5 out.
Yeah,
strike five.
I think we ought to do that.
We'll do that.
Hold, one second though. So we said that if there was a snow day or something like that, correct? We didn't, or did we say outside of normal operating hours? Which one did we say previously?
Outside the park.
Because,
Yeah.
I know, but those are two different things, right?
Well,
If it's,
I think what the conversation was that if it's snow or inclement weather, we're not gonna take town crews up there specifically to plow that or clear the lot.
but those would still be normal operating hours. Or those days would still have normal
Well,
operating hours, we
if
just
the
wouldn't be
park
open.
gates are closed, is what I'm asking. And so, you don't supposed to go in there.
Right.
But if the building's outside of it, and the coach has kids that they're able to get there to use the building,
Yeah, they could
I
still
thought we
use
was
it.
gonna say, sure, use the building.
We're saying they could still use it even if the park is closed.
Just making sure I'm understanding what his point
Yeah.
was. That,
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I'm thinking, doesn't the park close at, what, dusk or
Dusk.
dark on during the, surely want to be able to use it after that. I mean, that's, yeah, we
that's
don't
kind of the,
restrict it to those hours.
yeah, we wouldn't want 10 PM or midnight.
Yeah, oh,
batting.
no, but, yeah, well,
At least the neighbors
The
might
way,
not
the
want
way we
midnight
set up,
batting.
I remember hearing, the way we set up was, it was the coach's direction. And they were in charge of their own schedule, and they had the key to the building.
Yeah.
And they could take their kids there and supervise them whenever they wanted. Is that not
I,
what I
I
heard?
believe that was the idea about the location and it being, again, not locked behind.
Yeah.
well, Joey has a good
Ralphine
point. Do we have an
Gates.
end time for over there?
That, yeah,
I mean,
3 AM.
I think
Well-
the neighbors want anybody
I
over
mean,
there.
I've been to my share of lock-ins over the years, and
But if it is a
they get
nuisance,
pretty
wouldn't
noisy.
wouldn't that fall under our noise ordinance or
It
with,
would.
yeah, I mean, there,
issues with nuisance or noise or something like that, or hanging around too late, we would certainly enforce none of
And
that.
there'll be other little stuff that comes up we haven't even thought of.
Sure.
That we've just worked through with them.
I'm
Yeah.
fine striking that, like.
So,
like
so we're
Councilman
striking
said.
number 5 then.
Strike number 5.
good catch, Mr. Vickers.
So do we need to revise the motion?
We
since
do.
we've Determined to strike that?
Okay, I move that we
What-
revise the motion of accepting as is to striking section 8, number 5 from the lease agreement.
I think it was Jerry's motion. Okay. Is that acceptable, Jason?
Mr. Doffenmeyer, will you
He-
accept that as a friendly amendment to your motion?
I do.
Thank you. And you second?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none. Danielle, please call the roll.
Mr. Sowers?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Mr. Doffmeyer?
Yes.
Mr. White?
Yes.
Mr. Pettit?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, moving on, discussion items. Item A, Proposal 15 Campbell Street. Mr. Brad Herman, would you like to join us at the podium?
Hi, Brad Herman, 15 Campbell Street. Thank you for having us again. Excited to talk to you all about a really important piece of financing for our project, which is the Industrial Revitalization Fund. And joining me up here is Alex Girin. Alex, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Alex Girin. I'm with the Northern Shenandoah Valley Regional Commission.
Excellent. Thank you. So tonight, agenda-wise, we were looking to give you a brief overview of the IRF, talk a little bit about how the IRF benefits directly both the town and our project, talk about kind of current status of our application, what the timeline of the overall program looks like, and then we hope to be back in front of you in a couple weeks, May 27th, for that working session with a specific request for action. So if there's anything else you all want to talk about, any questions, please interrupt me.
The question I have up front is about the IRF talks about the building should have been a blighted building.
Yes.
Are we considering 15 Campbell Street blighted?
Yeah, so great question. It talks about, blighted, vacant, derelict, and kind of impact on the surrounding area. And actually, if you look in the appendix, and I'll pull it up right now because I don't know it, talks a little bit about the Virginia Code of a blighted property, and it talks about endangering public health, safety, and welfare where the structure and improvements are dilapidated, deteriorated, and violate minimum health and safety standards, right? And so
I agree with that in that it was a business for a long time, but people weren't living there. So
Correct.
now if we're gonna put people in it, that way we can think of it as.
right, and that's actually another piece of the program that talks about the building itself, and is not, I guess, useful for its kind of current purpose, right?
Got it.
And so that's, it talks
This is
about
gonna
how
help
you
you
wanna
get the grant.
it talks about redeveloping the building because its stated purpose doesn't kind of meet today's needs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I had very similar questions about kind of the term blighted, and it got, kind of got technical as I looked into it. But we've talked to a couple people, and it seems like our project does, given its current nature, there is some deterioration in the project of the building. It has been vacant for some time and been underutilized for quite some time, and so it seems to meet the definition.
Thank you. And I apologize, Brad, I maybe should have provided an introduction to council as to why you were on the agenda tonight for this review, although they did have a memo in their file that set the stage for this conversation. I appreciate you being here. If you want to go ahead and share the details if you prepared for the IRF program,
absolutely. So I think-
and then we can pose questions
Yeah,
afterwards.
absolutely. So, I think we started to kind of get into it. This IRF program is focused on kind of vacant, derelict buildings, right, where it not just, it's not just the building, but it can have an impact kind of on the surrounding areas. The program itself is focused on leveraging both private and public funds, right, in kind of a matching program, right, where the awards, are meant to, take those private-public funds, match them with awards from this program, redevelop the building, and that redevelopment itself becomes a catalyst for further redevelopment in the area. The nuance of this particular piece of funding is that, it is applied for by either local governments or development authorities, right? And those local governments or development authorities can apply and then direct those funds to a for-profit development. And the way that works is that the locality applies, right? The award is given, and then the money is given as a grant from DHCD to the town. The town then turns around and lends it to the development project. And then what happens is, as that money is repaid by the development project, the money is repaid directly to the town along with interest, and then the town gets to keep those funds and use those funds again to loan out for kind of IRF eligible projects. So that's why I say this is not just a benefit for our project, but can also be a benefit for the town.
Starting to sound like a win-win here.
Yeah. See if we can go, yeah, next slide would be great, thank you. So talk real quickly about kind of the loan structure here. So this would be, again, there's a grant that goes from DHCD to the town then loans the money to us. So there's a loan agreement between the town and the project. It has a interest rate of prime minus 2%, so I think today that'd be about 5.5% with a floor of 5%. It's a 20-year loan. There's an environmental review, which we actually already have on the project. And then the DHCD requires two things. Number one, a performance agreement, right, so that we're actually going to complete the project. But then probably equally, if not more important, there is a restriction for 10 years on kind of the use of the building, right? So it means we can't sell the building for 10 years or change the use, right? So remember, the cornerstone of the project, affordable workforce housing, we can't change that use, right, without the agreement from DHCD. And just to let you know, actually, we're applying for a number of different programs. 10 years is actually kind of the short pole in the tent, right? We've got 15-year requirements, we've got 20-year requirements. There's even one program that has a 30-year requirement. Very similar to that. So we talked a little bit about the match as kind of a key component to this, where you know, both public and private funds matched on a one-to-one basis. And we'll talk a little bit more about the matching in just a minute. The other thing I want to talk about is the fact that the funds that are used for development can be used for kind of any, you know, kind of market-driven purpose, including mixed use. So I just want to point out that we're a mixed-use building. Again, about 70% plus or minus will be residential, 30% will be the co-working space, everyday restaurant. And so we fit into their definition of mixed use. Won't go through all kind of the funding priorities, but this is what, you know, will apply. I'm sure there'll be other applications. It is a scored application. Highest score kind of, you know, wins the award, or highest scores win the award. This talks a little bit about some of the scoring criteria, right? I think we match up really well against this criteria. You know, it doesn't mean anything, but the conversations we've had with the program administrators of IRF, they've been very excited about us applying, so that's nice. You know, the two or three that I'll point out here, I think, that may be a little bit, I don't know, they were at least less obvious to me. Number one is project readiness. So, you know, we have full sets of plans. We have a full development team. We've started the application process for our building permits, working very closely with James Campbell on those. We meet the definition of project, of like shovel ready for a project, right? So when I'm talking to kind of folks that are running these programs, they say we are shovel ready, which is a big deal. The other one is that we have a clear end use for the building, right? We have defined, you know, affordable workforce housing, co-working, and restaurant space. And so those, you know, those are big wins for us from a scoring perspective. And even some of these other factors at the bottom, which are bonus bonus points that we can earn, we stack up very well there as well. So real quick, impact on the project on Luray, or sorry, the award on Luray and our project. As you mentioned before, the grant becomes a loan, and when the loan's repaid, it goes into a pool for future use for the town of Luray. It would create a pool of over $1 million, right? So I'll talk a little bit more in a second. We plan to apply for $1 million award, right? Plus interest, which will be a couple $100,000. So that pool should be in excess of $1 million, which is great. Now, I will say, when I say impact on Luray, you know, you all are the ones that are applying or would apply, right? So, you know, I'll talk a minute about the help that Alex and her organization can provide there. But, you know, it does, I want to acknowledge the fact that it does take work for the town to apply. If we're lucky enough to get the award and the loan, it does take work to administer the loan. So there is work there. Again, we'll talk in a minute about how Alex and her organization can hopefully minimize the amount of time and effort that the town has to take against those, but I did want to acknowledge that. For our project, this is crucial funding, right? So it's really important funding. The interest rates here are far below kind of what we can get on the open market from a bank loan. And the other thing to note is that the way that this program is written, costs going back to, I think it's June, I can't remember, sometime in June of 2024, count against that match. So our acquisition of the building counts against the match for this application cycle, but if we were to apply next year, that wouldn't be the case, right? So that's a little bit why time is of the essence on this one. Sorry, any questions? I should have, yeah, go ahead.
I've got a couple, and they
Yeah,
might
please.
get answered when we get into that. There's just a couple things that have been on my mind. And Brian, has the town, I'm sure the town's done something like this similar in the past, maybe not to this scale, but, or is this something new to us?
So the loaning out portion is new. We did a community development block grant with NSVRC for the Luray May project, in which that was a grant component that came back in. Now, we do have a similar, much smaller component that Daniel just utilized recently. In fact, the Wilkins utilized that program recently, which was the downtown urban loan pool.
Oh, yeah, our revolving
So
loan
it's a
pool, so-
it's a very similar thing. The monies at the end of the project would be a revolving loan pool that could be used for similar type projects in Luray moving forward.
Well, and that's where I was wondering if the town had a history with this, if that's where the monies with the loan pool that we have now were from a similar project to what Brad's proposing,
We
but it
keep
was,
them separately, obviously, in the budget for accounting purposes,
Right.
but yes.
but I was wondering if they were the results,
yeah,
okay.
so
Because,
just much bigger.
okay, just leads to my next question is, and I'd be asking this if I was involved personally, but what's the risk to the town? I'm just looking at the town. The money's coming from the state, okay, the town's simply holding it or loaning it.
Correct. In fact, you don't get the money. So the way the flow works, actually, there's a slide in the appendix that shows we go under construction, we generate expenses, we submit an request for
Reimbursement.
for reimbursement to the town. The town then turns around, requests
Requests
from
from them.
DHCD, and then the money flows back the other way, right? And
Right.
there will
Okay.
be a loan agreement, and Brian and I have talked very specifically about
We
this.
won't
Like,
be hanging any of our-
I do not want you all on the hook for any of the money
Right.
until you get paid by the DHCD, and so like our loan agreement needs to reflect that.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, that's,
And it's
okay.
not milestone based or anything like that, it's just when you make a funding request, and is that formalized in some way where it's gonna be a monthly or bi-weekly or something?
Setting up the budget, I mean, we typically handle it as part of the budget, so, like with our previous projects, we would set up a budget with Alex and Brad, and his team would set up a budget that everybody's okay with. And at the end of each segment of the budget, which would be broken down on construction lines, as you, with a profitability component that looks at, is this a reachable goal within that segment of the construction timeframe? At the end of that, you get to make a draw. Then you gotta work until you hit this next one, then you get to make a second draw. So yes, there will be milestones, they're typically built into the project schedule and budget. With NSVRC on our last project, they did the project administration for Luray Meadows. They had a similar set of milestones. Theirs were more administrative based. When they got to a certain point in the project, they could apply for a reimbursement. Same thing.
Okay. And then, second question, as far as collateralization, is that held by the town or by your organization? How does that work? Or is there any collateral put up against this?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Not that we want you to default or anything like,
No,
not that
but
we want to own any
yeah,
business, but
My assumption would be that the project, right, the project would be the collateral for,
the project would be the collateral, but, and then would we be the holders of that, or would?
We hold
Yeah.
the note through our loan agreement with the developer.
Interesting, okay,
That's the way I read the
okay.
40-some page thing you sent me.
I wish you all the best, don't get me wrong, but,
I get it.
but just curious how that would work. Thanks.
I was gonna ask about the time frame. I know it sounds like the standard repayment period for a project would be that like 20-year period, but do you think that this project would pretty closely mirror that, or is there potential that it'd be shorter? I'm just trying to figure out when. I'm really excited about the revolving loan fund aspect at the end of this, and I'm trying to figure out, A, when we might have full use of that fund, and then B, what do you think the repayment schedule in general would look like? Like, when would we start having chunks of money that we could then start pushing out through the? I'm just excited about the revolving loan aspect. I think it's a great force
Absolutely.
multiplier.
So my assumption is that repayment will start as soon as kind of, whatever certificate of occupancy, the building is occupied. That's my assumption. I think we'll obviously have to work through the details, because that's when the building will start, flowing cash, and we'll be able to pay it. Sorry, that was number one. As far as timeframes are concerned, that's a great question. I understand, you'd rather compress it. We'd probably rather keep it as long as possible.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it probably depends on kind of the other sources of funding and how, as we, as the cash flow model becomes cash flow reality. So here's the shorter it is, the more we'll have to pay you. The more we have to pay you, it means the higher we'll have to make rents in order to make the building numbers work.
And I don't want to
right?
accelerate it
No,
all.
right.
I was just
and
trying
so
to figure out.
there may be there may be depending on how the numbers shake out, maybe there's a way to bring it from 20 years into 15 or 10 and still be at rents that I think we're comfortable with, comfortable meet the objective, which
And
is affordable workforce housing.
And
but
I
it
don't
may
want to
be-
suggest that that's an objective of ours to shorten it. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the time. I mean, I think it's a loan fund we literally have never had, so I don't think we're in a rush to get it at the end of the day. We want to see the project happen and be as cheap as it
But
can.
I understand the concept of
residents.
the quicker you can get the money and build the loan, the more you can get it back out there, right?
Yeah.
Which it becomes this flywheel.
But we got to win it first, and then get some people living there affordably. So that's
The
number
program
one.
requires 18 months completion from the date of the contract and execution of loan documents.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. And our project, our builder says 10 months. I've got 12 months budgeted, so we should fit within that 18. Oh yeah, hopefully bring that 18 in, and then again, once project complete, certificate
Absolutely.
of occupancy, cash flow, payments.
Thank you.
That leads to, that was the other question I had when we're talking rent. And,
Yes.
when we go back months ago, when we were first having the conversation on the parking waiver and all of that, workforce housing was the driving factor.
Yes.
In most all of this. And I know some numbers were thrown out there at like $750 or something for a studio apartment or whatever, but
Got a good memory.
now, and I'm curious, does DHCD, is there a cap or a limit set on what the rent could be? Such as does the state say, well, based on median household income, if we're loaning this money, the rent needs to stay within this?
It's really interesting. These programs that have a bunch of these different programs that have annual median income caps, right? And we're trying to stay kind of 80% below. That's kind of what we're trying to focus on.
Okay.
It's a great question. None of them actually have caps on how much rent you can charge. That being said, what we've done is we've taken 80% of AMI, and then I think the standard is 30% of rent, 30% of your income goes towards rent.
Okay.
And said, but we're trying to come in well below that,
Okay.
right? So when you're talking about $750 for a studio, when you're talking about $1,000 for like a one bedroom, like those are numbers that are kind of well below 80% AMI, 30% of your income, of that 80% income.
And that is information that you would include in the application, in that proposal, which I would suspect would help strengthen the application to support, again, when you look at the scoring, like for distress and economic impact into rural areas.
No, that's a great point.
Yeah.
We have some language around affordable workforce housing, but I think actually putting some of those numbers in there that's a great idea. Yeah, thank you for that.
Because I could see some of our constituents or whatever, for the people that have been in tune to this and are excited to see it coming and looking at the numbers of units and thinking the rent's gonna be there, I'd hate at the end of the day that it's not there, it's still outside of
Right.
what,
We
above
miss-
what
yeah.
workforce could pay around here.
Yes.
What I'm saying, so, all right.
Brian, within the management concept here, is the town office going to be managing this? Or I noticed they talk about IDAs and other subsets of the town government. Were we intending or envisioning recreating our IDA?
At this point in time, our initial discussion plan and what worked well with Luray Meadows was the town was the facilitator of the reimbursement submittals, processing of the funds. Of course, they have to flow through our books, you know, so that's the thing, that we have to do both ways. Typically at Luray Meadows, we utilized, we added in to the project budget, an allowance that was agreeable to both parties, both the town and the developer, for the regional commission, specifically Alex, to do the administrative heavy lifting. She does the interviews, the forms, uploading a lot of data to the CAM system, which is the online electronic reporting program that we have to use with DHCD. She does a lot of that, and then she sends me a message and says, you need to log in, look at that, and if it's okay, hit the green button. And so that takes my administration of it pretty low. It also relieves a lot on Danielle, because if all of the components are already in there and all she's got to do is process that payment, that reimbursement, or that loan payment, or whatever that thing is, having somebody else that gone through who does this every day and has all that information already preloaded for us, all we have to do is review it and then hit the button. That makes our administration of the project a whole lot simpler, and
Sure.
it's more accurate, because we have people that do this all the time. Alex does this kind of project or similar types of projects all over our region, and so using that expertise is something I would strongly propose, because it worked well for us at Luray Meadows, and if it's not broke, we don't try to fix it. So we prefer that we do that same route this time if we're gonna go this way. And again, you know, just like we talked about last meeting, there's a big difference between applying for funds and accepting funds. So just because we're authorizing an application for funds on behalf of the town doesn't mean we have to accept those monies if they're authorized or allocated. So say something catastrophic was to happen, and you were to learn that Brad is a foreign national who's gonna take the money and run to the North Pole. Between now and the time we're gonna execute the loan doc, or the grant documents, we can just say no. We can just back away from it. We don't have to accept it. So hopefully that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna take the money and run. You're gonna stay here and spend it here, and that's kind of what we're after. So, but yes, I think the cities and things like that that have those authorities that are set up, or economic development authorities, they do a lot of that administration in-house. We're kinda smaller.
Sure.
One person a job, so if we can leverage somebody like Alex to help do the heavy lifting, just makes sense. And if the project is willing to build it into the budget to fund that, it just makes it easier on everybody.
Yeah.
So Alex, beyond the application and initial management of the program, once it's converted and set up on the note, so the regional commission has experience with that, managing loans?
Not in a revolving loan component. That is mostly up to the town's will to do what they want with that. The NSBRC would likely just hold all of the information for the grant for whatever the period is. Usually it's 5 to 7 years, in case they would, the state would come back and wanna do a compliance review or something like that. But, as far as, the loan and any of the funds, that is under the town's purview.
So once it's converted, then we would have to work with.
And in our loan agreement that, of course, Jason's gonna be, looking at, in our amortization schedule, all those kind of components that would be there, would be set up in a way to just a standard lending agreement that we would do, that any lending institution does with us, and we would do with anybody else. So, the projections are there, and, you know, when they send in the loan payments, Danielle checks them off on her Excel spreadsheet, and it goes into a loan pool. The good news about the interest is, we can either leave the interest in the money, it's not quite arbitrage type component, but we could leave the interest in that same pool in a separate line item. The interest from the monies is unrestricted, whereas the principal has to be utilized for IRF type facilities, which, getting back to Alex's point, we just can't use the money for just any old thing. We have to have a similar project that we're gonna send down the road to Richmond, and they're gonna say, yeah, that's a similar project, you can use the funds for that, or no, you can't. So it's not just gonna be, the restricted funds, we have to get some additional steps there to make sure that's okay. The interest would be unrestricted, we could utilize it for offsetting our costs, you know, to administer, say, the loan, you know, program or something like that. Or we can use it as part of the total. So, a couple of different things, scenarios there, but all of them, if we use the right people that do the right work, like Alex and Jason, all of them will protect the town.
Again, though, looking at the revolving fund, trying to find the next project once we've gotten that money back in, that's where I still think an IDA would be beneficial to us. That we have a organization out there that's, because going into a little Page County history, the problem that we had with the landfill at the county level was the fact that they didn't look for the next person to be bringing trash in. They just assumed somehow that we've built this thing and people will come. We need to have somebody out there actually looking for the next project.
Regarding the May 31st deadline, how confident are we that we can meet that? Are there any impediments to being able to meet the application deadline?
This week, it'll give myself, and probably I'll get Jason to take a quick look at that to make sure there are no issues. I'll certainly share that application component with all of you. And then, of course, this will be on the agenda for the special meeting on the 27th of May for consideration as an action item. So at that time, we'll either need a yes or a no vote to either send it down the road by the 31st, which Alex seems pretty confident we can get that done between the 27th and 31st, or not, you know, and if you guys have major reservations, that would be the time to say so. But again, an application is fairly simple. It's the next part. If we actually get the money, that's the challenging thing. We need to make sure all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed.
And is there anything as a town that we can do to improve our odds of being a successful applicant?
We can offer to do things. You know, one of the examples that I had mentioned earlier was we know that for a fact that building is going to need a larger, you know, water line. And I think the applicant has already started to look at something like that. If there was a collaborative or cooperative project there where the town was willing to assist with that, that certainly improves the scoring matrix on their behalf and gives them a greater capability of scoring better and therefore getting that allocated grant monies at the end of the day. So that would be just one example of something that we could do to make that project more attractive.
I'm trying to think way long term. I mean, it sounds like this is going to happen, and I'm very happy about all that. Are you guys, have y'all done this before? Like, you're going to be 28 tenants. What happens in the first year? Half of them tear up the place and don't pay, or, you know, you got to think about it as a landlord.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the build, as we're constructing the building, we put a lot of thought into how do we make everything as kind of maintenance free.
Okay.
We're working with a consultant who has done a lot in kind of multifamily housing with tenants, like large, you know, good sized buildings with tenants, who has a lot of advice for us about like, hey, originally we had wood floors throughout, and they're like, no, there's no wood floors throughout. You can't do that. You need luxury vinyl tile, right? You can't put sconces on, you know, wall sconces on, because people will be carrying mattresses down the hallway, and they're gonna get ripped off and stuff like that. And so, I'm hopeful, you know, again through tenant screening, right? And we have a management company we've identified.
Well, I don't think you're having trouble getting enough people to apply.
But hopefully, you know, people with jobs who are working, good tenant screening. I'm hopeful that, you know, people will pay us. But we have built in, you know, some sort of, you know, kind of vacancy and bad debt and all that sort of stuff, and obviously ongoing maintenance into our model.
So if you guys are the owners and the for-profit, if you get a restaurant open, and if the restaurant fails, is it your problem to get another one, or is it the town's problem to?
Oh, no, it's our problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Well, it's good to know. I mean, we got enough empty
I
buildings.
understand the risk of a restaurant, absolutely, yeah, no, I get it.
So I assume the state has a fund or a pool of money for this available, and how much is that?
Yes. What's the overall fund? I'm trying to remember this one. I've got so many numbers.
I guess I'm getting, how competitive is this, this process?
3.8 million, I think, is what Jason said. He looked it up, and that was the.
I'm sorry, what was that figure?
3.8.
3.8, so
We're almost.
not a whole lot.
For a quarter.
Yeah, we're asking for, it is, it's competitive, there's no doubt. And there's a chance that we get an award, but an award that's not the full amount also.
Okay,
So,
that's right.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
And Brad, worst case, I mean, sounds like we're all excited. We'd love to see this thing happen, and hopefully the award comes through. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't,
Yes.
if we don't as a team secure one of these, are plans still to move forward with the
Yeah, absolutely.
process?
So we,
I realize rent may change and everything else as far as
Yep.
more that you would have to invest, but.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've identified a number of different programs, and because you're not assured to get any one of these, right? And so, the hope is that we get, all of them. But, if we don't get one single program, it is not, does not undermine the project.
Okay.
Project viability, right? We get none of them, we got a problem, right? But
Also, hopefully, and I don't know if this is the case with all the programs, but if they're the kinds of programs where if you don't quite make it this cycle, and they say not this time, but they give you feedback for the scoring system, that would be great for another application potentially.
That's definitely their process.
Awesome.
Yes.
good.
And because the town has the enterprise zone, there's additional points that he will receive on his application for that.
Yeah.
And because
That building is in the easy.
we're in the historic district and the downtown business district, and I think there's
Designated Main Street.
thank you, arts and cultural business. So all these districts help
Yeah.
as well, and
The distress score as well.
oh yeah, yeah.
The county of Page, so therefore the town of Luray within is also, gets some bonus points for its distress score. That's nothing particularly negative. Every locality in Virginia fits in either, one of these three categories. So, by nature of its, economic viability, we get a little, bonus point for where the project's located.
And I think our matching also, right? So it's a 1-to-1 required match, and we've got a 3.5-to-1 match. So I think that's going to be really helpful for us.
Great.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I
Yeah,
feel
the
like I've
economic
learned a
impact
lot.
is 25% and the distress factor is 15%. So the two of those combined is 50% of the application weight. Yeah. Any other questions?
No, just thank y'all.
Yeah,
it's an
thank you
awesome
so
project.
much.
Yeah, thank you guys for hopefully your support. We got May 27th, we'll be back in front of you. Any follow-up questions, any questions between now and then, please reach out to me. I'm happy to answer anything at any time, but we'll talk again then. And then again, we would love to get a resolution supporting the application, if y'all would agree.
And then you and Alex are gonna work on, I saw the sample resolution, and sample certification in here. We would need to get those by the 21st, so we can get them into the, back to the 27th meeting, cause we got a holiday in there. So if you can forward those drafts, I'll get them, to Jason, and then we can have them ready for these guys, in their packet, that goes out on the 23rd, I think, that's Friday.
21st.
Yeah,
Got it.
so by the 21st would be great,
Perfect.
or earlier.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Alex says he's supposed to push.
We're on the same page.
Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And sitting through that, I was kind of thinking, if we cut our teeth in the process through this application, and hopefully this one's a success, I don't think it would preclude future applications. And I think about a certain other large building that's been vacant a little while down Main Street, that would be a great mixed-use opportunity for a grant like this. So.
And really what it takes in this particular, for instance, like Brad and Hub Development LLC, it takes a developer that can see the benefits of that, and is willing to, take on that project, on behalf of the town. Because without the other half of the equation, sure, we're the public part, public-private partnership, but we gotta have a private part to go along with that, so they've been really good to work with.
Absolutely.
Very good. Any other comments on that before we move to the next item? All right, here none. Item B, FY 26 budget draft update. Mr. Chrisman?
Thank you, Mayor. Instead of putting all of that back in your packet again, I just sent you an electronic version of version 12, which Danielle provided. Thank you very much for that. DB, we do have, the ability to get you a large format printed copy if you would like that. Or, cause sometimes looking at the iPads gets a little tough, looking at all the little bitty numbers. So just let Danielle or myself know if you'd like one of those, we'll get one for you. So other than the version that you looked at not too long ago, the approximate $186,000 unallocated general fund monies were draft balanced in the following 7 ways. Number 1, reducing revenue projections by about $61,000, adding for some HVAC. Number 3 is critical for all of our departments. Number 4, we're gonna try to do some minor repairs at Yeager Spring, and use the other Danielle and I were counting it up the other day, probably 2005 since the town did a rate and fee study, for its water and sewer utilities. So, we're 20 years in, so it's time for us to do that. The last time we did a rate study, a monthly ratepayer study was 2012, I think was when we did that. So, we're 12 years, 13 years into that, so
Brian,
we're gonna try to get started.
when you did that back then, was there a big increase in the rates that we had to charge?
I was not here in 2005, but what I can tell you is that prior to that, water and sewer were a flat rate, and they were fairly low. And so the council, when it did the increase, it gave, I think, a 2-year grace period where owners of existing lots could come in and prepay under the old payment system for their water and sewer facility fees. And I was coming in during the period of time when we were in that 2-year grace period, and then at the end of that, the new fees took place. So, facility fees are primarily aimed at new construction.
Right.
Your monthly rates are what drive your operational costs. So one bunch of money is used for improvements and new things, which is your facility fee monies, and then your monthly rates are used for operational costs,
Right.
electricity, chemicals, things like that. So, just trying to get those kick-started again. It's been a little while since we've done something like that, so I want to see if we can reach out and try to get, last time we used, he's actually a nationally known, rates consultant, Carl Brown, and he's still in business. He still remembers Luray, and, need to find out what its dollar value is, but we'll see if he's, affordable. We included $10,000 for regional planning initiatives, and then $10,000 for officials, appointees, and staff training. This is something we've kind of taken them out of like, miscellaneous travel training and stuff over the years, but like when you guys go to, official training on behalf of your elected position, or we go to official training, on behalf of our professional entities or certifications. We have not, in past years, put, a fair amount of money into those, so we end up, kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul from other general ledger items when that training actually happens. So, in-person training is fairly expensive these days, with travel and lodging costs. A lot of the training during COVID was Zoom or Teams or something like that. The efficacy of that training was found in a lot of cases to not be as valuable as face-to-face, and so a lot of organizations are pulling back from that type of training and going back to the more face-to-face training. So, trying to make allowances for those changes that we're gonna see or could see moving forward. We did modify the water fund and sewer fund totals slightly. Two of the projects for water, and a third project for water, the West Main Booster Pump, are probably not gonna be completed and inspected and invoiced in this fiscal year, so they're gonna push into FY '26. The second one was, that one project with the wastewater treatment plant generator replacement, that's probably gonna push into, well, it's definitely gonna push into FY '26 because the unit itself is not gonna be here for a while. So, the remaining unfunded items are in an updated list that's in your packet. And, sadly, that list is longer than I would like, but it is the facts of the situation. And in order for us to, now that we're post-ARPA and post-CARES funds, we're back to living within our means. And, while I'd love to have nothing on that 2-page sheet, it's just not physically feasible. So, we had to make some hard decisions there, and I'd love to be able to get caught up, at some point in the future, but this is kind of what it is. So, our recommendation moving forward is the current budget ad that you're in your packet that you're gonna be talking about shortly is based on version 12, and it has these items embedded in it. We didn't change anything else other than what you folks looked at through the full draft that you reviewed at the last meeting.
Where did we reduce revenue projections, Brian?
A couple of different places, Jerry. This is one of those gut things. I don't, trending data is good. I also see current data. I'm a little concerned that, while our trending, patterns point upward or slightly stable, I think current events may outweigh those. What I would hate do is project a bunch of revenue that we don't receive, and then we base expenditures on that revenue, and then, we get out too far on the limb. So what I had looked at were a couple of different places. Danielle, do you remember exactly?
So I think Jerry, we looked at, real property taxes, obviously, real estate taxes, personal property. We also looked at admissions tax. We reduced that slightly, just to, consider folks, discretionary spending. Also, I believe, maybe waste collection and disposal.
And then, the transient occupancy bills, we might have carved a little bit out of a bunch, but tried to just reduce revenue to more, to levels that we thought we'd actually be better targets, more accurate targets, given the fluctuation of the market right now. I'd rather be a little conservative on our revenue projections to make sure that we don't overspend on our expenses. So it's just something that, if I'm wrong and we exceed all those targets, fine, you can call me a conservative old woman next budget period, but I'd rather, be that way than the other way.
Yeah, I agree.
Brian?
You're doing the right thing, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Doing the right thing.
And just a question, and maybe I've missed it over the last few months or whatever, we're close to a year now on the new remote water meters, correct?
I'm approaching 2.
Approaching 2.
Yep.
What, I know when we took on that project, which was quite an expense, but
Yep.
the savings that was gonna produce in labor and
Yep.
water, are we seeing those results?
Yeah, we haven't increased water and sewer rates in 2 budget cycles, because of the increased revenues that we've seen. So.
Okay, so that's,
That's significant.
so that's where we've seen it.
Yep.
Okay, all right,
And
good.
in our labor, we're seeing a little bit, we did have 2, full-time meter readers. One of those positions, that employee left and went to another department and started working there.
Right.
So rather than retrain, another individual in Public Works, we just redirected that, repivoted that employee to a different trade. So they're now working on equipment operation, things like that. So, we're seeing savings there. One of the things that we're gonna look at, for next FY '27, because we're already starting, the wheels turning on that, is a lot of our localities have fixed their, utility rates to the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, which is published by the federal government, which is a standard measure of price indexing in our area, so it's based on region,
Right.
each state, all over the United States. And they have a special one that's separated out for CPI for water and sewer. The waste one, the refuse one, is also set out, and our contract with Waste Management is based on that CPI. So, a lot of localities use that CPI with their utilities because, and especially their utility rates, because those things are a massively factual indicator of economic conditions in various parts of Virginia as well as the nation. So being able to tie our rate increases to something solid like the CPI would give us, better data. If we, say for example, the CPI was 4%, but we only increased our water and sewer 1% each year to try to keep impacts low on our citizens. Well, we're already 3% in the hole in the first year. That thing multiplies every time that CPI increases, and then what we do is we find ourselves 10 years down the road so far in the hole
Can't
that
catch
it's
up.
a massive increase, and then the taxpayers can't afford that. So, nobody wants to pay higher rates for anything, I don't wanna ask for them, but, the cost of operations is never going to get cheaper. It's only gonna get more expensive, sadly. So, by linking it to something like that, not for this fiscal year, but for FY '27, I think by linking it to that fairly significant, well-respected statistic, I think we'd be far more solid ground moving forward with those rates for water and sewer. But yeah, to answer your question, we haven't touched water and sewer in 2 full budget cycles because of the savings we saw from those electronic meters, just in, revenues.
Yeah, the only thing we've changed then is installation, new
Yep.
connections, and, right.
New collections, absolutely.
When you say linking those to CPI, do you mean just us considering those numbers when we consider our rates every year, or is there a way that we can actually, so it's not like we would fix an ordinance,
No, no,
disadjust based on?
I would tell you, the CPI CPI for water and sewer is 2.9%. Do you want to use that for our
Gotcha.
rate schedule for the upcoming budget cycle?
That makes
Then
sense.
at that point, you guys have the option to say yes or no, so.
And that would also coincide with why you added the consultant for a fee study
Correct,
at this time. Then if you're gonna use a CPI, you want it to be based off of
right.
a right target to begin with, so,
So we need good current numbers, and we need.
in order to
good-
use that.
A good accurate projection down the road, so that that consultant has two endpoints to aim at, one to start at and one to finish. So that's the whole purpose of that.
Makes
As
sense.
Jason said, are we seeing a gallonage increase from the new meters?
We
I mean,
are,
we were
you know.
expecting 20-30%, weren't we? A
Yeah,
pretty good
we
amount.
had a lot of dormants, but the gallons, you know, the proof is in the pudding. The rates, without being raised, are increasing significant revenue enough that we don't have to touch them for 2
To
to 4
change the
years.
rate because we're,
Yeah, because we're.
quantity is more, yeah.
It's not that it's not the gallons weren't always there, it's just that we're finding them. Right, more accurate.
Hey,
Well, that's good.
Brian, changed it a little bit. I've been scanning the items removed
Yep.
to make it balanced. I guess I got a little bit worried when I saw the item in the general, the first one. It's the matching funds for the 15 Campbell Street project, $250,000. If we don't have that in the budget and we need it, what are we gonna do?
Well, I'll tell you this, I'm gonna come in, if we do win this grant, and they get, say, $1 million. And one of the components for us to put in there for, improving the credibility of that application is that we would help them,
With matching funds?
yeah, with matching funds, or a in-kind service, such as a water line.
Which can be counted as?
Yes.
Okay.
So the $250,000 was utilized, and that's our worst case scenario. If we had to go to the main Broad Street intersection and tear up the asphalt all the way up Broad Street with all that stuff that's buried in there and all the traffic we'd have to divert and then get all the way to the front of the building, that would be that's our worst case scenario. So $250,000 would be that, of which a third of that would probably be controlling traffic and rerouting traffic. So that's our worst case scenario if we had to do that. If we are fortunate enough to, get an approval on that application, it'll be based on, predicated on several things, but I would come back to the council and be like, hey, guess what? We won. So now we need to go ahead and, add this component in so that we can make that happen.
So, but the 250,000 would come from somewhere, even if it's not in the budget.
And it may be less than that.
Well, again, yeah, because it could be in kind. It would be based on what market rate is at that time. So if we were, if we were able to do the contractual work that Mr. Christman's talking about at a reduction of $100,000, it would cost us $150, but it would cost him $250 otherwise if he went and worked with the contractor, and we would be
This
able to
is
count
just
that
like
full
the other one
$250.
that took out. It's like phase 2 of Luray Avenue Trail.
Right.
That was brought to us as over 3 years, you could get the sidewalk to the Ralph Dean, and we do it ourselves, and I think you got 2/3 of it done, right?
Well, we're the fourth. I'd really hurt to drop that one out of there because.
That was your deal.
We were about halfway down Luray Avenue, and then the next phase would have turned the corner, and then the final phase would have connected to the park. So 4 basic splits there. That's only a third of that overall project. The second third was running a trail from Luray Avenue down 3rd Street all the way to Reservoir and connect to the shopping center. And then the third phase was to go up and grab Village Place, there on 9th, because we have a lot of mobility, needs there with a lot of the residents, and that would connected them not only to the shopping center, but to the schools and ultimately to the rec park in downtown. So it's a big project. I'm not sure we'll see that in the next 10 years, but it hurt to cut that one out of there because we had made such good progress this past budget cycle. It would've been nice to leapfrog again, with the next batch, but like I said, some things have to end up on the cutting room floor, and that was one of them, because it's a big ticket item.
Yep. Well, thank you for the explanation.
No problem.
Any other questions or discussion on that item?
I mean, it's a real bummer, because I know sunk costs aren't a good way to make decisions, but we're gonna have a path to nowhere for a little while there, which is never a good look.
Well, and you know, I talked to a resident about that, 2 weeks ago, and their concern was, you know, are you gonna come down in front of my house yet? And we're like, well, no, it's not gonna happen this fiscal year. We're gonna have to see, if it happens next fiscal year. But the people that already live in those sectors already have an enhanced trail system to get back to the schools and to downtown. So, while it is, it does stop at a street.
But the people going the other way.
All of the people that we just went past, they all get the benefit of that. may not be able to go to the rec park on it, but they can certainly come downtown. They can certainly do some other things to get to the schools. So, it's not quite to nowhere. It's a rail somewhere, but not the engine that it could be.
Yeah, and I know exactly who you're talking to probably. And, you know, we've actually done the easy part, haven't we? Going down there farther, we're really getting into some of the people's
We got a tough segment.
tough
the next
spot. So I'm not sure everybody over there is upset it's not going any farther right now.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Second segment's gonna be the tough one to build and the tough one to get by, and then the third and fourth segments will be fairly easy. It's kinda open down through there on Sixth and making the turn and coming up the hill there, so, it's that second segment that's, I got a couple of folks there that,
And maybe it's a
To
blessing in
accommodate.
disguise.
Yeah.
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 Well, and you know, they didn't really object to it, and they didn't really, support it, but then when they saw the first shovel go in the ground, then, this is not a good thing.
But
Well, I
is
think
it-
a lot of the people from the beginning did not understand what it was gonna look like or the size of it. I'll be honest with you. I think they thought it was like a sidewalk gonna be going through there. It turned out to be something totally different, so
Right.
yeah, it doesn't,
Well, when we, you know, we mailed plan sheets that had a 10-foot wide asphalt
yeah.
trail with the aerial view right up through there,
Yeah.
but when they see the shovels go in the ground, the backhoe starts digging, asphalt paver starts laying material, that's when people, it clicks in their mind. And so, you know, again, before we start the next segment, it'll be important for us to try to do a little more legwork.
Yeah.
Get some of those folks engaged a little bit.
Think about the
more.
communication plan.
Brian, it's
Yeah.
like the town owns the land already, and we're not intimate domain, are we? We're just using our own land that they've been using for 20 years.
That's correct, but,
doesn't always go over well, does it?
it really, it's a matter of perspective.
Yeah, it's a
So,
matter of
engaging those folks and getting them to, see the potential benefits is important, and that's something we'll just have to do before we do the next segment.
Well,
Okay.
I've got one guy that jokes with me and thanks me for putting it in just for him every time he sees me. So it definitely cuts both ways, you know.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
All right, action items, let's see, right, is that where we're at? I've lost track. FY 26 budget ad, Miss Bab.
Thank you, Mayor. Council's requested to discuss and take action on the included budget advertisement for the FY 26 budget cycle. The draft ad has been included, and as Brian mentioned, the only changes are those that we have mentioned just previously. So, it will require action this evening due to the submittal date of May 16th.
And we got a preview of this in the last meeting.
Correct.
Council, any questions or
it's-
concerns?
The ad is everything we discussed already, so I'm ready to make a motion.
Let's hear it.
I move that the fiscal year 26 budget ad be approved as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Danielle?
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Mr. Doffmeyer?
Yes.
Mr. White?
Yes.
Mr. Pettit?
yes.
Mr. Sowers?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, next, Cody Building mural agreement, Jen Jenkins.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Hello.
Council is requested to discuss and take action on the proposed mural request that's partially funded by public monies. So a copy of the submittal and lease agreement has been included in your packet. The Tree and Beautification Committee has reviewed and recommends approval for this.
I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. It looks good. The legwork's been done the last few months. Mr. Grant does great work. Ms. Corbett's done a lot for the town. I would like to move that the mural agreement be approved as presented.
Well, before I want to say, the fact this is the first time I've seen a license agreement that looks like it protects the town and the owner so well. It's well done.
Right. Last year, we took a look at the fact that we had a lot of murals that were in the previous mural project, so to speak, that needed revamping and renewal, and we did not have any agreements
At all.
prior. So we reached out, and Jason really helped facilitate us coming up with agreements that worked for us and protected us and the investment. And then this is a little bit of a different case than the last mural agreement that we brought forth, and Jason also reviewed that for us and combined those elements into.
Very good. So I have a first. Do I have a
second it.
second? Thank you, Joey. Any other discussion? Rob, did you have something? Danielle,
Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Mr. Doffmeyer?
Yes.
Mr. White?
Yes.
Mr. Pettit?
Yes.
Mr. Sowers?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
town
Why
attorney.
don't you ask? I was wondering that too, Ron.
What?
Who was the young lady in the,
In the
in the
paint.
mural? Was that
yeah.
somebody special or?
No, just a fabrication.
Just a.
No, you should be saying that. You know, we can't tell you yet, so it'll be a lot of hype.
Very
That's a
nice.
beautiful
That
mural.
is.
Yeah, it's very sweet.
Well, you've got everything. You got the caverns and the Caroline and now you got everything in there. It's good.
Yeah, thank y'all both for making it happen.
Okay. Town attorney report, Mr. Bockins.
I'd like to have you in there, Steve.
Council comments.
Yeah, I do have one. I work for my day job with an organization, the Shenandoah Community Capital Fund, which is sort of partnering with the Shenandoah Valley Tech Council. And I nominated our colleague, Mr. Ron Vickers, for an award that they give,
Good God.
the Knife Singer Leadership Award. And he was awarded the award, and I have it here tonight to give you. And hopefully we can get down in the front and take a picture. And it's recognizing Mr. Vickers' service for a long time as a technology teacher and leader for the Regional Technology Student Association, which I actually got to participate in when I was at Luray High School, and Mr. Ron Vickers was
pretty
teaching.
Oh,
So,
so nice. Are you surprised, Ron? Are you surprised? Oh, that was very kind.
I'd like to build another shelf at the house up at some, you know.
and they want a good picture, so we got to get down here and get a picture.
Can we do one here?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can walk down the steps.
Joey's on it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot you're still.
Jerry, you want to be in the picture with them, or you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
slide over?
Well, you know, no such thing as bad publicity, as they say.
Yeah.
That's cute. That's nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
That was very nice.
That's very nice, Ron.
Thank you. Mayor, I did have one introduction. Tonight with us is Sophie Williams, who is in the back. She is helping Brooke, work on the comp plan. She is a student at Pitt, and she is, in urban planning. Urban planning, what is it?
Urban planning and geographic analysis.
There you go.
Very
So
good.
she's working with Brooke, for a couple of months this summer to help get our comp plan update, fleshed out and ready for you folks to see later this year. So the schedule for the planning commission is July, and then, PC should see, first draft or the final draft for public hearing in November, at their November meeting. You guys will have a public hearing at your December meeting, for adoption. So that's the schedule for the comp plan update. But I did want to introduce her because she's here tonight. She does a great job.
Yeah. Congratulations. We're happy to have you working with the town.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Any other council comments? All right. I do have one thing under mayor's comments, if I may. When we had our joint meeting with the planning commission, I brought up that Mr. Contrusi, is that his name? Mr. Contrusi with the, let's see, what was the name of that project? Century Luray. Some of you all was around. It was before my time on council. But he has been very interested and eager to get before council to have a conversation about any interest that the town might have in revisiting the conversation for that development. And the ask, of course, would be consideration for extending utilities to the 133 of the 143 approved units to be developed for the 55 plus. And so we've had a few conversations, and I've encouraged him to go back to the county and to have a conversation with the county. And I've received communication from the county now, who has said that the board has been fairly silent on it. Mr. Chrisman had provided them some suggestions, one specific, thinking that they might entertain their own utility. And Tyler Racy had sent over some information back in September where he had provided estimates on what that would cost the county. and what it would cost if the town were to be in agreement with doing the extension, which at that time in September it was $1 million. So he's brought it back up again, wants to know where we stand on it, and as I mentioned during our joint meeting, it's okay if council's not interested, then we can formally advise Mr. Contrusi that we are not interested at this time. However, if there is interest, or if there are some folks that have not heard his presentation that would be interested, then we can certainly schedule a time for him to come in and provide a presentation to the council. I did send a follow-up communication to the county to ask, again, what, if any, board of supervisors had expressed support, and Mr. Lauterbach's name is the only one that was shared with me at that time. While he is supportive of it, I don't believe that he is supportive to support it financially. I think they're hopeful that it happens, but they are not prepared to contribute any dollars to the extension of the utility.
So, Stephanie, what was the $1 million that you referenced?
The 1 million would be, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is the $1 million would be for us to be able to extend for the infrastructure to extend to the 133 units that would be on the outside of the town's boundary line.
Not including the apportionment of our overall processing that would take up.
And the impact that would have.
So we would pay $1 million, and then that would take
That was
out a
gonna be
good,
my question
a
is,
good
what,
chunk of our remaining.
yeah, what infrastructure, what, capacity do we have left?
Well, that was of course, I've met with Mr. Contrusi several times, and Brian, we met in October, November of last year was he there as representative?
I think he was there and they were.
And we told them that we didn't have as Chuck said, we don't have the capacity. We were looking at the INI situation,
Yes.
How that would help, and we would get back to them as soon as we got some answers from that. But it still goes back to the question: do we want to use our capacity for a development outside the county, or keep it for some
Capacity
large
have-
developments that are
in
coming
town.
up in town? Is that right, Brian? Is that still?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And, we have seen some, small adjustments. We're gonna hopefully see some more, long-term adjustments. We've got a couple of projects in the works that'll be happening this next fiscal year, and then, you'll see probably 2 more sets coming through in 27 and 28, to try to get a better grip on that. Right now, as of current undeveloped land in the town, based on its current zoning, we'd be about 300,000 gallons short the wastewater plant, everybody built on every lot.
Every lot available, yeah.
Would be how much? Say that again.
About 300,000 gallons short.
And Brian, again, based on that meeting, do you think what we talked about can be done for $1 million?
It's gonna be pushed. They'd have to build a new dedicated line all the way into Luray. Now, the $1 million is the off-site improvements. The on-site improvements would still be their responsibility, obviously. But, the recommendation that I had back then, it's the same recommendation they got 12 years ago, which is, the fact of the matter is, the capacity and the physical capability to transport effluent into the town and into the network and then be treated satisfactorily at our wastewater treatment plant, really hasn't improved. In fact, if anything, it's gotten a little worse because of the building that was already platted and approved out behind Walmart. So, every time we get an infill lot in town that's developed, we have the ability to provide that. We have a responsibility to provide that as well. And, when the county asked me the last time, I was like, it's the same answer as the other 2 towns. If you wanna have development in and around Stanley, Shenandoah, Luray, have it inside Stanley and Shenandoah, Luray. We don't have any capacity to do anything outside of our current borders. None of the 3 towns do. So,
And I've shared that just as a follow-up to the county. I will say it was met with a suggestion that if the town would ever be interested in the future at some point, when we think about a wastewater treatment plant, a second location, and/or the need on the west end, about having some conversation with the county to invest in that, which would then, essentially increase our capacity on the east end then for projects like Century Luray. So if that's a conversation that the council would be interested in pursuing with the county at some point now or in the near future or later future, I'd like to hear your interest on it, and I can facilitate that conversation with Amity and set up a time that we can
Yeah, I would agree.
discuss it.
I think that would be a good idea. I mean,
Yeah.
we're at the point we can't increase our capacity down there very much. Is that correct, or
We're gonna look at a few, modifications to our existing plant. I've got an engineering firm, that's taking a look at that. The guy's been converting wastewater treatment plants and updating those for 40 years, so he's definitely a guy who's been around the block. We're gonna try to get him down there and see if there's anything. We do have a small amount of land between the existing fence and the range where we could potentially add, but it really comes down to, at this point in time, volume.
Yeah.
We have to be able to store the volume, and we can add all the technological magic that we want to it, but it becomes a question of volume. So we have to have places, big tanks to hold effluent at various stages of treatment.
And as we, on this topic, and you mentioned what we would be short if all the lots were built on that you're speaking of, which I guess is primarily residential. But when we're looking still at B1 and industrial, that if anything happened at one of those, if Wrangler decided to open back up the laundry, instead of just being a shipping facility that it is now.
You're right, Jerry, you're joking about it, but.
well, they might start making them.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm saying, those are the big challenges that I think people don't see either, is that we would have that responsibility to somehow come up with that answer if that resumed in one of our business or industrial districts, that even though we're primarily just looking at residential
There's some
treatment,
business and industrial.
the other could happen.
You get a large food processor comes in.
Yes.
Boy, they're water hogs. I mean, they use a lot of water, produce a lot of wastewater. So
Yeah.
it really is, we looked at, when the Oceanoa property was, being looked at for a potential resort, they were gonna do a community water system to drill wells and a treatment system, and they were gonna do their own wastewater package plant and discharge to the river. They were gonna do that thing. The question of tying the western part of town into that, obviously if the developer's building those entities, he's only gonna build them for his project. He's not really planning on building them for anybody else. The tricky part is if, other than the few lots that are out there in Oceanoa that are developed right now, on a couple of those streets, the rest of that area is mapped, and so, platted. If we were to buy into that as a municipality, we're gonna have some responsibility there that is gonna be above and beyond maybe what the actual impact is for taking lots out of our current system and adding them to this other system. So, we would have to tread carefully there to make sure that we're doing things that help our taxpayers and our citizens, first and foremost, would be my recommendation. And, until we got, a real good grip on what we had, what we didn't have, I'm thankful that you guys took the suggestion of just, no out-of-town developments right now until we can kind of figure this out. And then once we figure it out, if it's not the greatest of news, maybe we need to continue that for a while until we get in a better situation, and then we go from there. Water-wise, we're in better shape with the wastewater.
So
Brian,
what's
I'm
our
thinking
average, what is our average right now for the daily treatment?
Like for right now, treatment, when creek levels are low, which they were, of course, they're not gonna be after tonight, but, we would be down under 1 million gallons a day. Our permit is at 1.6, but at 1.35, I think it is, whenever we reach the 80% mark, 85% mark, they're gonna start asking us, hey, we gotta do some things here, we gotta have a plan.
At 85%, when
85%
consistently 85%, yeah.
So you get 3 months in a row, exceed that. So we were down to 900-some thousand, 920,000, 926,000, for a couple of months there. When creek levels were low, things were dry, and we were actually doing some of that work, on the creek, the initial phase. Water, we were 800, just under 800, it was 700 and some, pushing out of the system. So technically, what's supposed to happen is if Joey pushes 750 into the system, there is some water that's gonna go into refilling the reservoir, some of the tanks. But really, if he pushes 750 in a month, on an average daily basis, 750,000 gallons, the amount that makes it to the wastewater treatment plant should be less than that, not more than that.
Yeah.
And right now, we're significantly more than that. So we're picking up water, in various places, and just finding those and fixing them. It's like everything else. It's time and money and, being able to locate. So that's where we are right now.
So it has come down some though, right?
It has,
Yeah,
yeah.
because in 2023, our average was running about 1.2.
Yep. So,
And
At 1.2 a day.
Yeah, and we'll
1.2
do.
million a day, yeah.
We'll do 1.1, like when the creek's up,
Yeah.
we'll do a million, 1.1, now, but not the 1.2, 1.25 that we were seeing back then. So
And we
we're
should-
seeing improvements.
Yeah.
I'm
Good.
cautiously optimistic about that. We're hopeful that we'll see more, as we do more. But until we get a grip on that, I agree with you guys in the conversation we had before numerous times. Our first responsibility is clearly to our citizens and our property owners within the corporate boundary.
So,
And-
Brian, that leads me to, if we decided to take some of our land on the west side and build another plant so that we can provide sewage for people out of the town, but the town citizens are paying for it, I don't think that's gonna go over well.
I would not recommend that.
No.
That's one of the
If we
things-
were building that, say that again?
Well, we have people out of town asking for our
Right,
use of the
okay,
plant.
okay,
So we
I'm
did
following
build
you.
another plant and have more capacity. Well, who's gonna pay for that is the town citizen.
Right, yeah.
Well, we would ask the
Well,
county to.
that's what I was asking
the
about.
county would be a
If there would
co-op on
be-
that, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
they
they'd
would.
have to be.
Sounds
And,
like
I mean,
county
looking
don't
at their
want
growth areas, well, no, that, they were the ones that suggested that we consider having this conversation at some point. And again, by doing that, it doesn't just provide a source of capital for us for that investment, but again, back to some of the problems that we're experiencing right now, it would alleviate that. I use the very elementary analogy that, well, when our current house is in disrepair, do we really want to be talking about doing the $1 million, addition,
Right.
to which then I was challenged by saying, yes, but thinking of it this way. And, it's a fair point. And I said, well, I would talk to council and see if there was any interest or appetite. And, yeah.
Good way to think of it, but if I'm wrong, Brian, that's probably a 5 or 10 year project down the road, right? With permitting and construction and,
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't think we can do anything
I
right.
got asked that question at a local meeting that I attend every Monday evening, and, the answer is if we had to build our wastewater treatment plant down here from scratch tomorrow, that's somewhere in the 58 to 64 $million range. To rebuild that facility today with that treatment capacity and that treatment level.
What's its max, 1.6?
1.6 is the permit max.
That's what I thought, yeah.
So-
58 to 60 million.
Yeah, so it's a huge chunk of money and an enormous amount of time. Our problem is, do we really have the money to invest in that project when we really need to be spending what money we have on stuff that we know we gotta fix inside the town?
Yeah,
It's gotta
on
get
these
to the
on the
plant.
2 pages here that we,
gotta get to the
earlier,
plant.
had
So
some
we gotta
conversation
fix
around.
it.
Yeah.
Some of those projects are probably, in my opinion, should be more of a higher priority now. That's one of the reasons I'd recommended the county research sanitary districts and building their own water and sewer treatment plants where they wanted to, where they had growth capacity areas. There didn't seem to be a whole lot of,
Yeah.
excitement about that concept, cause it's a big investment, that's a big step, you gotta hire people that know what they're doing and bring them in and invest, float some big bonds and invest a lot in it. And now you start to see your payback immediately, because those rates start coming in and you got brand new equipment. So your maintenance costs are fairly low the first 20 years. It's after that you better have banked some money to be ready to pay off those maintenance bills.
Have we heard any more from Yogi Bear? Or is that
Not
like
recently.
gone away again, or?
They are working on a treatment system to utilize their own site. They did not pursue, discharge.
What they
permit
talked about?
To the creek, to
Oh.
Pass Run. They're gonna invest in, system.
But they're not interested in running, hooking up
Well, what's gonna happen
to with
is,
us?
on-site systems are still the ultimate receiver of that effluent, so even if it's secondary treated effluent in capacity that meets their needs, they're still injecting it into on-site systems. Those systems have been in operation for 50+ years, so at some point in time, they'll be back. And that secondary treatment system will push high-quality effluent into the town, we just need to be ready for it. And, upsizing the East Main, or the East Luray, sewer lines, upsizing that sewer pump station not only takes care of a potential customer there, but also a potential customer out on Reservoir Fairview, because that effluent all comes down Creekside Drive to Dry Run and ends up at the Stony Brook plant, or pump station. So if we have better capacity there, and we have a better solution there, it not only benefits an out-of-town customer like Yogi, but it would benefit those far east, parcels that are undeveloped. We'd have the capacity to handle them too. So, to me, that's the one project that, other than the water project at Luray Landing, that's my number 2, is to get that one done. then we're ready, on that end, for anything that would come in.
And I mean, I'll call back to my point from the strategic planning meeting in January. It's always about the nature of the project relative to our needs. I mean, if there was some parcel of land in the county and it was the only place we could put a great big affordable or workforce housing development, I would say we should bend over backwards to try to accommodate it. But the things that have come before us just aren't quite that. So that's part of the calculus too, I think.
Yeah, I'd rather spend a few $100,000 helping get a bigger water line than somebody's building back here, than maybe doing something outside of our borders right now. It's just, it's a tough decision. It's really hard, you know, for the county because they don't have a mechanism themselves to do that. Getting somebody to help with that mechanism would be, in my opinion, hugely beneficial for a rural, long county like Page that has a river running through it. That having sanitary districts would be huge, I think, for them. They could really maximize that. But again, you know, that's a 60-year project. By the time you get all of them built wherever you need them, it'd be
Well, another
a
thing,
long time.
the scale of what we're talking about for even what they're speaking of. And you look at the challenges we are having as a town, just keeping up and making what's working within our town limits. Okay, from a greenway expansion that,
Yep.
you know, some are wanting to take place and all this, and it's a lot of good stuff happening. But all these are huge expenses and big maintenance comes with all of them. It's not a one and done. You never quit paying for it. And so we've got a lot of balls in the air that we're juggling, that this one is huge compared to the others that we're juggling, but.
Getting ready to get another one, cause, we got, and I'm talking to the engineer for the parcel it's the Randy Tiller property behind West Main Tower. They're looking at 190 units there.
Oh, my word.
Townhomes and single-family dwellings are two-size lots. So, you know, 100 houses is about 30,000 gallons of water and wastewater a day. That's 300 gallons per household.
Yeah.
And that's a standard, you know, if you're on a drain field, it's 450 gallons per day for a 3-bedroom house. It's a standard average, but most utilities use 300 gallon per day average on those. So every 100 houses is 30,000 gallons. So it doesn't, you know, when you start talking 300 houses, 300 dwelling units, you're at $100 grand, and that's just the average design flow. That's not actual. That's just your design, which has some safety factors built into it. But for every one of those 30,000 gallons that makes it to the wastewater plant, that's 30,000 gallons that we didn't have to be able to offer our residents.
Our
So,
town, yeah.
we'll keep working on the things that we know and that we can do, and that we got a good grip on, and some of these theoretical exercises, they're great to have a conversation. And maybe one day soon we'll be in a much better position to be able to entertain something.
Well, that is how I left the last conversation with Mr. Contrusi, but I thought it was appropriate to bring it back to council as opposed to presuming that everybody was going to feel that way, despite the many conversations that we've had. So from what our conversation has been this evening, it sounds like that it's appropriate for me to go back and reiterate that, in fact, that's where we stand right now, is not prepared to do any
I don't
extension.
think we have any choice.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Yeah.
easy, I think.
I don't know how we'd do it even if we
Yeah.
wanted to do
We
it.
can't.
out of
Yeah.
town.
Well, I'll tell you guys, you know, and it's been mentioned before, in no uncertain terms, that I'm perceived as a roadblock. So if any of you would like to come to my office or the wastewater plant, take a look at the numbers and crunch them yourself, you're more than welcome.
See?
I'll step out of the way because, you know, I don't, you know, I've already been given that label, that's fine. But my number one responsibility is to you folks and the citizens of Luray. It's not the out-of-town developers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I would just say that I do know that this was also floated by the EDA, I think, to see if they would be some willingness or interest in that and investing in, right, the, the project. And again, it was back to $400,000 homes. How many of our locals are really going to be able to afford 55 plus 400,000 is the starting price. And yeah, does it make sense?
The EDA has more borrowing ability really than most local governments. So these authorities, like the airport authority and the EDA, they have more borrowing ability than even towns and counties do. Because they're set up for that to be that very mechanism. So state law benefits them. So if you can use that tool to borrow the money through an EDA, it's a much smoother process. It's much easier to accomplish. And that's what I had recommended to the county too, is use your EDA. That's what they're designed to do,
Yeah.
is float those bonds to be able to afford projects like this.
Yeah. Well, to be clear, so it's not that they didn't have an interest in supporting housing development, but where it's gonna be out of the price range of what our locals can afford.
Yeah.
Was more the point, yes. Well, thank you all for that conversation. I apologize for kind of springing that on you, but, we needed to give him a final response. All right, that's all I have.